Okay, I am going to continue work on the library management project this evening. We worked on this yesterday for a little while, actually, and I think I'm just going to work on it a little bit each day or every few days until we get through it. We are really in the home stretch now. Last session we finished up the initial reimplementation of the service layer, with the exception of exception handling. So I think today what I'm going to do is go through and probably work on some exception handling, and then I want to wire up the controllers and all of their references to the service layer, of course. I think we can knock most of this out in one session. The controllers are really simple. They really just handle requests from the presentation layer, which in the case of this application is just razor views. So I think we should be able to work through the controller refactors pretty quickly, actually. So let me know if the audio is working appropriately. And yeah, I think I should just go ahead and get started. We have our, let me see if I can pull up the notes, the checklist. Tmux crashes on me a lot lately. Okay. All right, so yeah, a few things that we want to get done. Error handling is probably the most important thing that we can work on. But as we saw, there was a lot of duplicate code and a lot of the CRUD methods in the service layer, and so I'm also tempted to extract that out into some type of repository pattern that we can use to wrap our DB context so that we can make unit testing a little bit more straightforward. And more importantly, make our services less tightly coupled to our ORM. But that's not really the most important thing right now. Right now, we will be blowing up on any type of error whatsoever, so we need to handle that. And then just some basic refactoring, it looks like, some magic strings, maybe some more expressive return types from checkout service on success as well as on failure results. And then I'd like to introduce some logging and some monitoring. So in order of sort of importance here, I think I'm looking at something like, so service layer is async. So now we need to make the web layer async. Caching is like at the bottom of our list at this point. So we need to make our controllers specifically async. All of the service calls, the entire service layer operates on async. What's up, Gregory and Albano? Good to see you guys again. Logging would be pretty straightforward. We can look at how we can wire up logging to SQL or also logging to like a basic like a file. And then monitoring, yeah, I think monitoring and setting up the generic repository and stuff is going to be kind of about the same level of priority. And then writing new tests, I only want to do that after generic repository is implemented, although we can write tests for some other things. But let's just get started with some of the error handling, I think. So actually, do you know what? I want to get started in the controllers and get the project back to a point where we're compiling. So let's do this first. Okay. And then at the end of this session, I'll probably play some more GeoGuessr because that was pretty fun yesterday. All right, so the way that we'll just work through the controllers, there's only 4 controllers in this project. Branch controller, which is responsible obviously for dealing with branches, library branches. So this specifically handles requests for library branches. Okay, so I think that this is the syntax. There might be a different type for the way that controllers are wired up now. I want to check on that actually. What's up, Doom? All right, let's see what Microsoft has to say about controller action return types. So this is a really simple example. Task iAction results is probably what we want, and that is what we have. Okay, cool. What OS am I on? Right now I'm on Mac OS. What OS are you currently on? So here we're going to await get all, and now all of our get all calls are going to be paginated. Can you guys see the font okay? Should I make it a little bit bigger? All right, and then this was going into a branch detail model, which is in the web model. So we have an MVC project here. And so what these represent are basically view models. So what we'll need to do now is to, hey Amin, thanks. So what we'll need to do now is to serialize from those service result types that we get back into view models. And in this case, actually, some of our view models themselves will change to be pagination results, really. I think, even though it's our service layer that's essentially constructing them. So we'll think about that. So the get all methods require a page and a per page. And so what I'd like to do is to use query string parameters to control pagination. So I think that it's like from query. I think this is the attribute. And then we can say page and from query. I think it'll serialize from a string right into the NET like this. Not 100% positive about that, but I'm pretty sure this is basically what we can do. We can say page per page here. And this is interesting. So previously I was selecting all of the branches into some branch detail model, which was just populating the results from the service layer. And then we made subsequent calls here to the service layer to actually get some additional data. But a few things. Yeah, I'll definitely make the font bigger. I mean, thanks for the heads up. So we'll bump it up to 24. Maybe this will be a little more readable. I can't do like 30 or 40. I know there's some I've seen some great YouTube channels where the font is just enormous, and I'm thinking to myself, how can you develop like that? But I'll make it bigger if you like. But we'll start with this and see if this is okay. So what I'm thinking about the way that I used to have the code is that rather than make 3 calls to the service layer, ideally we want to make as few trips as possible. Trips within the assembly is not really a big deal at all, but if each of these are making round trips to the database, then that's generally pretty inefficient. So this may actually affect choices that we make here may actually affect the design of the service layer. Because basically we're saying, hey, this is the shape that I want. And if I have to call a whole bunch of methods to assemble that shape, I mean, sometimes that's just the way that the world is. I mean, if you're dealing with an API that you don't have much control over, but the fact is we do have control over the API, right? So maybe we should think about what we can do in the branch service to assemble this information using only a single request. So getAll is returning a pagination result, and for each of the branches that we have in our page, which could be multiple branches per page, I want the branch to have an ID, a name. I want to be able to display the number of assets and patrons and whether or not they're open. So let's actually move this type of thing into the getAll, and then our getAll becomes a little bit more specific. Do we want to do it like that? So here's the trade-off. Does our service layer respond to very specific types of requests where the shape of the data needs to look like this? Or do we stay with the paradigm where the service layer responds to some general requests that are composed by the controller, by the web layer? Because before I was thinking more RESTful, where we're treating library branches as discrete resources, and the service was responsible for just getting a page service result of these DTOs. But maybe we think more as less in terms of a resource and more in terms of a view model. All right, so one thing that we could do is, first of all, update our branch index model, and rather than have an IEnumerable branch detail model here, we could have a pagination result. I have a feeling this might go through a few iterations until I work out exactly what I think I want here. But so if we get a pagination result of branch detail models now, this is a pagination result of library branch DTOs. And what we could do is we could take those DTOs from this page, create a new pagination result for the containing the branch, the view model, if you will, this thing. Construct a new page that is essentially ornamented with all of the data that we need from the service layer. And so as a first step, we'll just get the existing service layer methods working. Totally inefficient because we're making 4 database calls, I believe. But actually we're making more than that. We're making a lot of database calls because we could have a bunch of libraries per page. So maybe we really should move this logic up into the service layer and try to minimize the round trips. Hey, Anton. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for watching. I hope everyone is doing well, healthy. So one thing we could do is I could add to our service a different overload for this method, or not even, we'll just make a separate method here where we have like library branch. Oh, I don't want to do this. We could have the, I don't want the view model up here. I want the controller to construct the view model. So I think I'm going to go with that route and then refactor for efficiency later. Best thing to do is to try to make a decision now so that we move forward and get things compiling. I think that's going to be my mindset for this evening. Fetch a paginated result of library branch fetch a library branch index model which contains a paginated collection of library branch information. So we are going to have this is our branch, page of branches. Amin asks about Blazor. And the answer to that question is, yeah, I'd be interested in making a course for that. So I started making a course about, not so much a course, but I started a series building a language learning app in Blazor, just as a live stream to kind of get a better understanding of how Blazor works. And I did the WebAssembly. I was using the WebAssembly version of Blazor, and I really liked it. So if I could finish up that course on the side, or that series on the side, then I'll make a YouTube series about it. It'll probably be a small app. Would you rather see WebAssembly or client or server? Okay, so we get our page of branches back. Then our branch models here, I would like to be a new pagination result of branch detail model. And let's see what's on this one. So maybe on our DTO, what we can put are some additional properties like hours open. Let's see what's on our DTO. We can v-split this. I wonder if I can split horizontally. Nice. Then if we take a look at what's in the models, DTOs, library branch DTO. Yeah, so I think what I want to do is also transfer this over. And we'll just make this a list. Transfer this stuff over. Data transfer object is just kind of like it's just a bucket right now. I mean, that's what a DTO is really. It's just an object that holds some values that we can use to transfer. All right, so come back here. So now what we can do is we're getting this branch detail model back. The other thing we can do is just use AutoMapper to map from a DTO to a view model. So let's think about this. I know that this is not efficient. And I probably will put error handling in the controllers right away, just because the controllers are going to change a lot as it is, and we'll work on that. So one thing that controllers can do is check now that they have service results exclusively as data they're getting back from the services. We can make use of, our controllers can be smarter about the way that they use those results. As opposed to previously in this project, the services were just giving any data. I mean, there was no uniformity of interface. Okay, So for each var branch in page of branches, so what I would like to do is go back to our library branch DTO and add a public bool is open. I know that this is not remotely efficient. Should not be in await. How is this implemented? Service result bool. Ooh, this is getting a little ugly, but this is getting a little ugly. I know that. But then what we can do is we can say branch dot is open is equal to is branch open. Forgive me for all of this. Okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty bad, but it's just one step along the way. So then var asset count result. This all should be up in the service layer, I think. Branch service dot get asset count. I mean, I like on one hand that the service is really functional in the sense of completely stateless in terms of like branch. It's just got essentially a collection of functions that accept a branch ID and then return something about them. But on the other hand, wouldn't it kind of be nice if I just had a branch service which was tracking some branch object that I could pull that data off of maybe? But I think that leads us astray in general. So branch dot number of assets is equal to asset count result dot data. I'm gonna let the cat in really quickly. Cat has been very vocal lately. Anybody? All right. So yeah, this is bad just because I'm making a few round trips here. Actually, I'm making n times 3 round trips, which is not good at all. That's okay. All right, so var, you can say patron count is await branch service dot get patron count, branch ID. And then we can just say our branch ID is branch.id. Sorry. And branch.number of patrons is now equal to the patron count.data. Need to do some error handling on all of this. All right, so the result we get back when we call get all, it should already have the branch ID and the branch name on it. So my thought is that perhaps we just ornament the additional data, potentially like all this stuff up in the service layer. And then that would be like step one. And then from there, it would be step two would be to minimize the number of round trips to the database by just aggregating all this logic into a single SQL query. Bilal is asking, what library are I working on? I'm not working on any particular library. This is just my library management system project. So I initially made this .NET project about 3 years ago, and it was an old version of .NET. And at some point, I updated the version to .NET Core 2, and now I'm updating it to .NET Core 3 and potentially .NET 5, and doing just a big refactor of the project because it's kind of a mess. But no particular library. I have done work on libraries before. All right, hold 1 second. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so where were we? Basically, I was building this this view model really inefficiently, so that's where we're at right now. And probably what I can do here is, all right, so what do? We got our page of branches, which is a pagination result of library branch DTOs. We're building this pagination result of branch detail models, which is a view model. And, well, essentially the view model is the entire pagination result with the branch detail models themselves. So we'll build our branch index model and then return it. So we're going to start here, and then I'll make it more efficient a bit later. Okay, let's continue on with the task async action result for a detail. All these will be async as well. This is fetch a library branch detail model, which contains data about a particular branch. Okay. So previously, right, we just did this get. So now we can await library branch service.get ID. This gets us a service result. I want to be sort of uniform about the way that I'm naming the service result stuff. So really this is not a page of branches, but this is a pagination service result. I said I was going to do error handling. I will do error handling. I said I was going to do it for the controllers as we go, and I will, but I'm going to do it per class. So, all right, model branch detail model, branch name. So this is a, what did I call this one? A pagination service result. This one is a service result. What we can say is if service result dot data is not equal to null, else, and resharper try to get fancy here. Here I want to return a 404. So I think this would be a not found result, or not found. So I can say the library branch, this was not found. And then we'll have to figure out how to handle this in the view. But I mean, for now, this is fine. So this would be the library branch with ID. ID was not found. We can also handle the if service result dot error is not equal to null. To do handle error. This would actually be a server error. This would be a server-side error for sure. So we wouldn't want to return any type of 400 response here. Here we'd want to return like a status code of 500. There's probably a wrapper for this. Like not found. Not found is just a wrapper for returning a status code 404, obviously. So this is obviously framework level code, which is why it's got to decompile before we look at it. So this is a proxy for not found object results, which itself is just returning this object with status code default status code's 404, not found. So rather than put 500 directly, what I need to do is use the enum that they have. So we could say status code dot status codes dot status code 500 status 500 internal server error. So this is if for some reason, so we need to make sure that this is what I meant about making a more expressive success error result from the checkout service or from any service from the service layer. It's not spelled right at all. Service layer on success/error. This way, our controllers can be more intelligent about how they actually handle this. So for instance, 500 is just a catch-all internal server error. And so the crude version of this is just saying, hey, is there an error at all in the service results? There is. I'm just going to say it's a 500. What we can put for a message here, we can at least do this, since we do have an object for this, which is our error. We could say var error is equal to service result.error. And then I can say error.message or whatever. And then we could even do more. We could do more detailed error logging here. For one thing, we could log the error and stack trace. Second, we could branch if running in debug mode and show detailed error in Vue as well, as opposed to if we're running in production. So just some ideas here, but for now we're just going to return 500 and then we'll have the Vue handle that for the time being. Otherwise, if the service result data is not null, in that case we're in the happy path and we want to return the Vue model, except that its shape has changed a bit. And can remove this else. And what's this upset about now? Okay. So now let's fix its shape. I was going to say I did actually do work for a library at work on a project. I was not building a library management system, but it was for the Yale University Library. It had a really interesting project last year. Okay, so if service result.data is not equal to null, right, ReSharper is going to want us to invert this into reduce nesting, and I'm going to want to add braces because I like braces in C#. I always say if you have braces, you might as well use them. Some people like to write things by saving a line like this, which is fine, but for some reason I prefer to include the braces in C#, even though I love languages without braces as well. All right, so we have our branch name, we have all of this stuff. We're gonna have to do some very similar type stuff that we have here, where we will await, and in this case, each one of these things is returning a service result type. And so technically, yeah, Sunny, that's a good idea. Putting that in AutoMapper, the model, where I could map it. Um, if you're talking about from the DTO to the view model, I agree. Completely agree. But it's not causing me too much pain at the moment. And I don't want to do this. I want to do patron count, result, result, result. And then I want to save patron count result dot data is not equal to null. See, the thing is, by making every service call have a uniform interface where we have a service result that we're getting back, I've got to check the result of every request that I send to the service, which suggests that some of this might want to live in the service itself rather than make all these calls, which is something I mentioned earlier. So if asset count result that data is not equal to null, but sometimes you just got to work through the whole thing to stay organized, I think. I mean, you don't have to work through the whole thing, but patterns emerge after the same types of things happen over and over during a refactor, which suggests alternative patterns that you can iterate on. All right, so asset value results dot data is not equal to null. Then what do I want to do here? Patron count, assets count, assets value. And then I need to do branch hours as well. So hopefully you'll see where I'm going with this one. I don't know if I see where I'm going with this one. If branch hours result that data is not equal to null. By the way, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully this refactor is mildly interesting for anyone who likes doing refactoring. I like refactoring. So if the branch hours result is not equal to null, so what we're going to say is service results data is not equal to null. I want to make objects for like everything because I want to be able to like cleverly change what we show for branch hours to like a message. Well, that should be the responsibility of the view. So okay, all good. Branch hours. So now what we do is something like this. I'm going to say var patron count is equal to 0. And then set it here if it's the case. Dot data is equal to patron count result dot data. Expression is always true. All right, so let's go into our library branch service and look at the get patron count. This is always returning. Oh, am I not awaiting? Hold on. Yes, I'm awaiting. So we have our service result of int. Oh, because it's an int, so value type. So we're just going to return 0. So in that case, we actually don't need to do any additional check. I mean, we could say if it is not equal to 0, set it to 0, but that doesn't really, or if, yeah, you know what I mean. All right, so we don't need to do this. Same for asset count. Oh, I called it assets counts. Okay, and then assets value is actually the same. And then obviously I'm gonna have to change all that stuff where I'm saying service results. If branch hours results dot data is not equal to null, so this is a reference type. So here what we can say is if branch hours result dot data is not equal to null. So here we'll save our, we already have the branch hours result, our branch hours, which is going to be this list of strings. So using generic collections, if branch result dot data is not equal to null, branch hours is equal to branch hours result dot data. Gosh. Else branch hours is equal to a new list of string. We could make that a little bit better as well. Well, we could put something a little bit nicer. Okay, so now it's not the service result that we want either. We want service result dot data. And we've already null checked on data, so at this point in the execution it can't be null. And in the cases that it is null, we are throwing a 404 because we're in a get or a detail page. All right, so I'm not in love with all of this, particularly the way that we have to go back to the service to get some data about what we're trying to use in both of these cases. But it's two things. It's one, it's a matter of performance. If these calls are making additional database calls, when we could write a more specific SQL query, essentially, assemble a better query to just get all the data that we need for the view, that might be more efficient. All kinds of questions come into play other than that, though, like should it be the responsibility of our service to just provide like a RESTful interface to these things as resources? Or should our service layer really be more like custom built for the controllers that it's serving? And since we have control over the whole assembly, I'm kind of like leaning towards the latter. But having some granular public interface, RESTful-ish interface where we're treating things like library branches as individual resources, and then having the clients, as we see here, assemble data about them, makes the service layer a little bit more flexible in terms of the types of clients behavior that it can support, because you can just assemble whatever you want. But that comes with some expense of exactly the performance that we talked about a minute ago. Okay, but in any case, branch controller now works, at least in theory. Let's do some more error handling. A couple things. In general, so you can see that we're inheriting from the base controller. Most of the time what you'll see in .NET projects for anyone using .NET Web API controllers, .NET MVC controllers, is you'll probably have your own base class of controller, which itself extends the MVC controller, and then you have your individual controllers, which extend your base class, because there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that's the same about all of them, like handling 404s, handling server errors, and um, rather than have duplicate code and that does the exact same thing in every one of your concrete controllers, you could put that into an abstract base class. But in the spirit of iterative refactoring, I'm not going to jump to a new abstraction before we see a pattern emerge. Okay, so let's see, pagination result.getAll. We can say if pagination result.service result.error is not equal to null. So for example, well, we don't have to get all into it, but basically I'm going to do the same thing here. And then here we can say, we could return a 404 if there are no branches at all. But I think it's probably more common to just return an empty list of branches. So this is our happy path. I wish ReSharper would, or I wish Writer would remember my Vim settings. There's probably a way to do that. All right, so if the pagination service result data is not null, we go down the happy path. Otherwise, no results were found, in which case I need to really figure out these curly braces, but that's all right. We don't need to do anything here. We can just return branch index model. This is probably somewhat unnecessary. So rather than return a 404 here and have the view handle it, for the case where we don't have any, for the case where we have either a null or we don't have any data. So if data is not equal to null and pagination service result dot data dot any, or no, data is going to be pagination result library DTO. I should override any on the pagination result. Okay, I hope that makes some sense. Okay, cool. So doing some very basic error handling. The other thing that we're not doing is we're not doing any query string validation on the get all request, the index request. So we should probably do some type of query string validation. There's a way that I like doing that in .NET. We can create some middleware for that. Query string validation middleware. Haven't actually used it in an MVC project, but I have used it when building .NET API, web APIs. And all that would do is just make sure that when we construct some query that contains page and per page, that the values there are within some particular range, for instance, positive, and anything else that we want to validate on the query strings. And then we can, as part of middleware, handle like setting up a 400 type response before we even hit the controllers, because you don't want to hit the controllers with some like negative values here, for instance, and I don't want to put in every single controller here like check the query strings as the first step, when we could put that in a separate class and handle it in middleware. So we will do it that way. Man, when you refactor, the more you uncover, the more you realize there's a lot to do. All right, catalog controller. This one's bigger, but it's part of the project. So it doesn't matter how big it is. All right, so we're gonna just grep for all of the action results and make them async. So S, public iAction result, is going to turn into public async task iAction result. I don't think I have to escape the brackets, and I don't, so all right, so that part was easy. Now we're going to go through and do the same thing for all of this stuff. So wait, what we're going to do here is, don't remember my key for minimizing everything. Oh, that was it. Folding everything, I should say. All right, so we're going to close this. Close this, open this one. Index, we're going to take inside of this one, and we're going to have the same query parameter search, page per page. Okay. And then in general, we're going to have the same structure as well. So we'll call this our pagination service results. And then, right, we'll check for our errors. Import status codes. I'm going to get rid of these comments, but should be noted when we do logging. And then we have our happy path. So what we say is if pagination result data is not null, it's not equal to null, and pagination service result dot data dot results dot count is greater than 0. I wonder why I can't just say dot any here. Yeah, I'm going to do that over here too. Bring in link. No, that's not from Entity Framework, right? What's it upset about here? This is just link. This is just on the enumerable. Pal. All right, so we do that. Now we're in the happy path, and we're going to do all of this kind of stuff, which we need to work out. And we're not in the happy path. We're going to return an empty view model. And this is, what type of view model are we talking about here? Asset index model. And I did something like this. assets is equal to just a new pagination result. And so we got to come in here and we turn this one into a pagination result. Okay, we get rid of the generic collections and we use our pagination result. New pagination result asset index listing model, and then we return the empty model in that case. Happy path, we obviously return the model itself. Everything almost maps except we need to do the funky thing of getting that additional data that we need to actually build that thing. So what I did previously was for each branch in, yeah, so we're going to do something very similar. Var listing in pagination service results dot data. Dot results. And what I did previously was I just extracted that ID. So I can say something like var asset ID is equal to listing.id. I'm going to call this asset. And then what we can do is say var author or director is equal to await assets service dot get author or director for the asset ID. And then this just becomes author or director. Which we'll fix momentarily, and then var DUI index is await asset service get DUI index for that ID. And then the var, really, get title is a, why is that a separate service call? That doesn't make any sense. Why did I have to do that, for instance? Also, why did I comment out some stuff? So, like, the title should just be on the thing, right? What's special about get title? I think this is why I didn't actually complete the library asset service, get title. Yeah, title, ISBN, this stuff should just be on the thing. All right, don't show that again. And so let's confirm. When we actually get something, we're calling into context.libraryassets. We're including status and location. We get the first one that we find matching the ID. We map the asset that we get back, the entity model, to a DTO. The entity model should just have stuff like DUI index and whatnot on it. I suppose not, because it's not on the base class, it's on the, so we need to know what type it is. And maybe that's why I went down that path of creating separate methods for each. I see impedance mismatch, as always, between the way objects are stored in SQL versus the way you want to represent them in an application like this. I shouldn't say it like that. I should just say impedance mismatch when it comes to type hierarchies, because such a thing does not really exist. Okay, so how am I going to handle that instead? So if I have a type book, in that case, I want the mapper to map those additional properties. We created that explicit operator to coerce or type convert from a library asset to a specific type, like a video or a book. Can we use that here somehow? So what I can do is I can check to see if, I don't want to check to see if what we're looping over is a book. This is where document storage would be really nice, like a NoSQL database, because I could just consider a library asset this flexible collection of properties as opposed to a strict type. Otherwise, I just make these methods. But there's no way I'm going to make these methods make a database call each for one of these things when I could just clearly just query for that data. And this is just going to end up getting refactored into a big link select. That's fine. So let's think about how I want to handle this for a second. I'm tempted now to create separate methods for getting all of each type. And then that really simplifies things. I can just get all the videos, get all the books, get all the magazines, whatever the type is, and then assemble them here in the view. Rather than try to just get all of the assets and then at runtime try to determine what asset type it is and then change up the shape of the object and all that on the fly, particularly in a loop. So what cost does that come at? That comes at the cost of making... That doesn't come at any additional cost if we actually do just query for all of the assets. It's gonna be a big bucket of different asset types. Then we can just use link to get collections grouped by type. Isn't there a discriminator column in the SQL database? So I could make one query to get all assets by whatever this method's getting them by. It's getting all of the assets total. Yeah. Okay, I think that's what we'll do. The result for getting all assets will be a little bit special. So the library asset DTO. So I could do one of two things here. I could make this a paged service result of some special type that has groups of each library asset type on it. That seems like a mess. So instead, I'll just have the asset type on the DTO. public string asset type. That should be an enum. I know I'm just going to do something kind of hacky for the moment. And also, I'm pretty sure these explicit operators that are just returning new video DTOs, for instance, aren't actually setting the other things. So this is probably not going to exactly work like we want. That's fine. We'll come back to that. But rather, the asset type here can be set on the library asset DTO in the service layer. So what we can do is when we come to our library asset service, which is now broken for what reason? What did I change about that? Oh, all that stuff. Not that. The get type, get title, get ISBN. May end up coming back to that. I think get author or director stays, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to think if there's a good reason to keep it though. All right. Get library card by asset ID. That actually seems like a useful one. But we're going to remove it for the time being until we find out where it's used, if it is used. Okay, so when I get all here, what I want to do is I want to also map the type. And is it as simple as using type of? If you do type of on a C# type of on a parent class, do you get the derived class? That is my question. I think type of gives you the, I'm pretty sure type of gives you the concrete class. So let's try this. New page service result, data pagination service result, page of asset DTOs. We map from there to there. Page of assets is building our page results. And I wonder if when we call library assets, does this, is there a way to get the type here, like right up at the data model? Because I think we have that, discriminator column. All right, I'm gonna find my browser. So this is that table per hierarchy inheritance. So this is basically what we have. So the example that they're giving here is if you have some base class contract and then you have different types of contracts modeled using inheritance, then there's two approaches. First is to explicitly include DB set properties in the DB context for the base class and each of the derived types. That's not what we did. Yeah, usually query contract types. An alternative is to include a DB set for the base class and then implicitly include the derived entries in the on model creating. Instances of the base class are not intended to be instantiated. It would be more proper to declare the base class as abstract. I'm pretty sure we did that actually. Well, no, we didn't actually. Yeah, we did. Public abstract class, so that's good. And to configure that in the onModel creating method while adding the DB set properties to the derived classes. So what we get is this discriminator column, which is going to be an int, I believe. So looks like it's a generic that you can specify the type of discriminator as well. That's interesting. And then you can explicitly say that you want, in this case, it would be like videos to have some value and some other value. Let's go into our onModel creating. I'm not even sure if we did any customization there. That would be way up in the data layer, way down in the data layer, I should say, library DB context. Yeah, I didn't even do any additional stuff there. So what we could do is our entity library asset has discriminator asset type. This would require a new migration, obviously. Has value video. We'll make book 1 and video 2. This is kind of extensible in the sense that when we have new asset types, we can just add them here. I wonder if I need to make a property asset type on the model. That would be nice. No, because the column just gets named discriminator. This example, the data type for the discriminator column is specified as an int and named contract type. If you choose to provide your own values, you must provide values for all non-abstract entities in the mapped hierarchy. Yeah, that makes sense. The contract entity in this example is abstract, so that's been included. So the question is, can I put a property type now on the... Can I do this? This is really what I want to do. I think that I can. And then I think that on book here, I can do something like public string asset type. And on video, I can do the same. And then on video DTO, I can do asset type. Right? No, I don't need to do asset type on the video DTO. No, and then on, okay, got to think about this for a moment. This belongs in the base class. That belongs in the base class. All right, I think this will work. I think this will work. What time is it? 6:35. Probably stop around 7 and play some GeoGuessr to take a break. Start work on controllers. Attempt table per hierarchy revision. So all I did with all that I think that I've done with the table per hierarchy revision is rather than let .NET or let Entity Framework just implicitly handle the discriminator column creation and the type and everything, which it should already be doing. I think here with this onModel creating hook, I'm basically just, I hope, telling it explicitly what that discriminator column is. And I think that it's just interpreting what we have here, asset type. I don't know why you don't have to do something like this. But anyway, I think it just looks in like this, and it looks at these, and it's going to create values in the discriminator column using strings. I hope. That's my goal. That's what it looks like it's doing to me. For that, we'll need to run a new migration. I want to make a makefile for that as well. Man, there's so much to do. Okay. Let's get back to our controller. So now, if that idea works, then what we can do here is we just get all of these results. We look at which among the paged results are videos and which are books. And then we apply the Dewey index to them, the title, title's on everything though, right? Did I go down that? Did I not even have to do that? Library asset. Yes, everything has a title. Why would I have ever had a method called getAssetTitle? That's just foolish. Do videos have Dewey indices as well? Library asset. I think that's just a book specific thing. So that may or may not have made some sense. Okay, so for each asset in pagination service result.data.results, asset ID, author or director, if asset dot asset type is equal to book, and we should extract that. So here's what I'm going to do as well. I'm going to go into the models, the global models, and I'm going to add a new enum called asset type. Pretty self-explanatory. Any library asset is a particular asset type. So then what I want to do is go to, the question is discriminator column. Will it respect that type? Will it convert the enum just into an int or whatever in terms of, for the SQL thing? Let's find out if it accepts something like that. Oh, there's a public class asset type. And where is this used exactly? Only there? Yes, only there. All right, delete that. There's nothing else that asset type is. Boom. All right, so now we want to bring this in from models. Library.models.asset type. Why is that namespace not even available here? Really? Data layer needs access to the models. Models is the globalist part of the assembly. Produces circular dependency. Why does this depend on the data layer. It shouldn't. We're going to remove that reference. And how do we do that? Here we can right click and say add. Here we can say add a reference, and this is what we want to remove. We want to remove data. All right, can I just edit the CS proj for this, please? It's not NuGet that I want. I want the referenced projects. Oh, probably just go to dependencies, .NET Core App, projects, library.data, delete. Models shall depend on nothing. And why must a reference exist? Mapping, entity mapping profile, because I need to be able to map from here to here. Then mapping needs to be independent of this project. Is this entity mapping profile even used anywhere? Yes. These mapping profiles should be independent of the models project. If we need to map from some data type to, or I could put them in the data project itself. I kind of wanted the data project to be completely separate. Is it the case that anything that depends on the data project, anything that needs a mapping must have a reference to the data project? Not necessarily, but in our case, yes. And then by removing this, I'm also noticing places where I wasn't using DTOs. So something good came of this. Something very good came of this. Okay. So now we add a reference to our library data with our global models. Add a reference to models. Add. And then we update namespaces in the entire solution. No problem with that. Import missing references. Beautiful. We're going to need to create maps to all of our other DTOs as well before this thing actually works. Free the global models. Okay, so I need to remember now to, of course, to create automapper mappings and run the latest migrations. Travis is telling me that everything's blown up. Travis is correct. All right, update checklist. That's okay. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so now let's come back into our LibraryDB context. Asset type book. It's not assignable to type string. So, right. What were these before? It's value book, which I want this to be an asset type. This is where I'm wondering if how good Entity Framework is here. Hopefully what it does is it sees the enum and it just transforms it into an int when it goes about creating the discriminator column type in SQL. It's called asset type. Now we should be able to say asset type.book and asset type.video. Everything is getting a little bit better, a little bit at a time. All right, so now what I want to do is I really want to get to a point where we are compiling before I stop this evening. So let's go ahead and build the data project. Let's build all the projects except for web. And it tried to build web anyway, even though I didn't select it for building. So let's build data. Succeed, we'll build models. There's nothing in models that really shouldn't build. Services builds. Tests doesn't have anything in it anymore, I don't think. Builds. No, it doesn't, because web doesn't build, so that's why. Because test has a reference to web, so that makes sense. All right, let's get this working. Branch controller is building at the very least. Catalog controller is where we want to say if the asset type is asset type.book. And so we come here, this is an asset type. Then the DOI index is the all right, to do get DOI. And what does the video have on it exactly that the thing doesn't? A director. So when I called get author or director, what I did previously is say, oh, I see. I could have done it this way as well, probably all along. This is a private method. It doesn't need to be a service result. That doesn't make any sense. Same for get director. Oh, I see what it's doing. I'm actually returning the entire service result. Okay, get author or director, that's fine. So we come back here. And we can use our explicit operator here to say Do we have DTOs at this point, or what? What do we have at this point? We probably do. Asset.dewey. Oh yeah, duh. Okay. Oh, I'm getting pretty sleepy. Too much coding today. All right, I want to rethink most of this actually in terms of how we are working with library assets and their types. Okay. See, I'm almost wondering if this asset index listing model shouldn't just have a. What I'm kind of tempted to do here is to say public list of video DTOs. And then number of copies available. I believe both of these should be on the number of copies available was not. Should also be on the video DTO. Also, with what's it mad about here? Kumbi is asking, have I ever tried Golang? Yes, I have. I have worked with Go a bit, and I really enjoy it. I like the Go routines. It makes some of that concurrent programming stuff pretty. I like the syntax, I should say. And then Anten is saying, what extension do I use for searching code? So this is just Rider, which stands for ReSharper IDE. So if you're familiar with ReSharper from JetBrains, it's a popular plugin for Visual Studio. They make their own IDE as well, uh, which just has ReSharper built in. And if I hit Shift Shift twice, the search here just pops up in the middle, and it's really useful. Class video DTO has some virtual members, but no inheritors. Sure, make it a sealed class. Book DTO, same thing. Look at that. Just store as an int for BC. I'm not sure what it's saying. Asset index listing model. Oh, when I navigate to each implementation, I see what you're saying, Anten. My key binding is Command B, and I think that if we look at what that corresponds to, what extension I use, again, just ReSharper. It's just ReSharper. So there's a, if you like, I don't know exactly what I bound it to, but it's the same as like go to definition would be what it is in Visual Studio, I think. Kumbi, are you a Go? Do you also enjoy Golang? All right, so now we're going to make a new asset index listing model, which just has books and videos on them. This I like a little bit better. And then what I can do is I can get books and videos. And again, maybe our service layer returns, rather than just returning library asset types, it can do this separation as well, but I don't want to overthink it right now. I've already kind of overthought it as it is. So asset index listing models is our new list of asset index listing models. Hey, buddy. And so rather than this being a list, this could be this. I don't know. What do you guys think about this? So when we get a view model for all of the data, all of the library assets, we're really getting different lists. This reminds me a little bit of the, what do you call it? They call it bento style. All the libraries do this now. Like, let's look at the Yale library. When you search for something, by the way, look at the Yale library. I was in this thing last year. This thing is, it's just crazy. Oh, I didn't even go in this library. That's pretty neat. They've got a number of libraries. But when you search, like let's search for information retrieval, typically you get this bento style result. So do you see how they have like books as a column, articles as a column, digital collections as a column. They call this bento style design, and actually like all the libraries do this. Let's see if another university library does it. So information retrieval. What's up, Method Man, Redman? It's good to see you again. Yeah, look at this. This is what's so weird to me. Like, the word just gets out among all these people who design library management systems, and everyone's going to use this bento style. So when we make a search, we get books, we get articles in full text, we get journals. And notice how it's this sort of masonry style almost, except it's columnar. So we have different columns, and they call this bento. Cornell does it, Yale does it. Name some other thing. Brown University Library. How much do you want to bet that they also use bento style? Look at that. What do you know? Bento style results. We have ebooks in a column, journal articles in a column. And if you notice, they didn't really do masonry, so their div is going to be as long as the tallest one in these collections of 2 each. So word gets out about this. Word gets out about this among libraries, apparently. Okay. Well, we're going to make ours the same because word's gotten out that we got to do bento style design. I'm just kidding. But this reminded me of that view model construction. So we get in our books, we're getting our videos. We're going to build an asset index listing model. And I want the service itself to just give us the properties that are on the specific type, no? Like the DOI and stuff. That should just be handled by the service. Should not be the responsibility of the controller to go back out and say, hey, you gave me a book, give me the DOI now. That doesn't make any sense. So what we'll do is, what do we get back here? We get DTOs. That's fine. Let's just enumerate them. This is after they've already been paginated and everything. And Unten's asking what shortcut would that be? Honestly, you just have to check in Visual Studio if you're using Visual Studio or are you using Rider. In either case, just go to your key bindings and the properties. So you'd go to, like in my case, just look for key map. Here it is, key map. And then you'd want to search for go to definition. And you'd find go to definition there, and then you'd set your own key binding to it. And you can also see what key binding is there already if you just right click on something that you can go to the definition of, like let's say this one. And then you would find, let's see, find a better example here. All right, so we have this one. If you right click, maybe it doesn't do this in yeah, here you go. Go to declaration or usages. Yeah, I think it's F12 in Visual Studio too. But you can see what the shortcut is already before you change it as well. You could also see it in the properties window where you change it. Okay. So we're returning this asset index model. Where did I specify the type for this one? Oh, this should be an asset index model. which contains a paginated result of asset index listing models, which contains videos and books. So we always want to return an asset index model in this case. Okay, that makes sense. So we get our books, we get our videos. Asset index model should be a pagination result of asset index listing model, which is just a list of videos and books. Why do I have a list of asset index listing models? I think I'm running out of steam. We are going to do this just to stay productive. What I'm going to do is make a new controller here, and I am going to extract a base catalog control. What do we want to call this one? This will just be called library controller. This one extends controller, and then we'll make our catalog controller extend library controller, and we'll do the same for home controller, library controller. Extends controller, patron controller extends library controller. And then when we want to do stuff like throw errors and whatnot, handle service error, this can be on the base class, library controller. Yeah, this can be internal or whatever. And then page service results. And this can be abstract. Until you're using Visual Studio. Yeah, your shortcut is probably F12 in that case, if I had to guess. Okay, and then when we come here, just remove unused. And then branch controller. So now let's look at what we did in the branch controller is a library controller. If we go to our library controller, we can also take a look at where handle service error is used, and you can see we can just use it now. So we will use the same where we say if pagination result dot error. There's only one in this one, but in our library branch controller, I believe, yeah, we can just do this now. Pagination service results. What did I pass it instead? Oh, it has to be a particular. So now it's generic. Okay. Branch controller is happy? No? What's it unhappy about? Author or director, get author or director. Okay, we'll edit that at some point. Okay, branch controller is happy. Catalog controller is what we're working on. This is what's unhappy. We're just going to remove the old implementations. This mark lost and lost found is actually just pretty straightforward. Except that it's not the checkouts service, it's the assets service now. Okay, what's it upset about here? Type arguments for action result. Library controller handle service error cannot be inferred from the usage type. Try specifying the type. I don't really care what the type is in this case. Okay, so forget about making this generic. Just pass it the service error. Dude. Why? Great. So now we go back and fix that stuff. That was so silly. Handle the error. Why do you need to handle the enormous type that you passed along previously? Don't forget what the responsibility of the services are. Okay. Here we await var found result is equal to okay, this one becomes a little bit more elegant. Handle service result should be NI action result. Okay, so that's good. Handles 500 errors. Triggered in, or we should just say thrown in controller layer. Then we come back here to the catalog controller. This is going to be like the same thing. Found result is await asset service dot marked found. Return found result dot error is not equal to null. Handle handle service results. Handle server error of found result dot error. Else redirect. Sorry. else redirect to action. Mark an asset as found. So you can think of these controller methods as endpoints. So it may be a little redundant to put the documentation here because the method names are just going to name exactly what they do. Mark an asset as found. Oh, my tunes are very calm. I don't know. The tunes I'm listening to are kind of putting me to sleep, so I gotta find something a little bit more upbeat. Okay, that's better. So here we have an HTTP post. Okay. So that builds now that we have some missing methods. What kind of music do you guys listen to when you are coding? If you listen to music when you're coding at all? Or do you just prefer white noise or silence? Here we just want to go ahead and grab the same thing that we've always got. Okay. Monocell, you listen to other people coding? Yep. Okay, just adding some documentation. Something that we can do also when we're all done with all this is hook up SonarQube, and we can do some code quality metrics, which is a great tool. You can run it locally. It's for free, so I've used it on a lot of projects at work, and it's nice to kind of track entropy. So mark an asset as lost. Mark an asset as found. Place a checkout. Place a hold. So what was this one? What was hold? Let's see what it was before. So this gets an asset, returns a checkout model with a hold count. I think this is just named incorrectly. This just inspects a checkout, it looks like. We get an asset by ID, and then we just get the number of holds on that asset, I guess. I don't know what this is. This is an ugly method anyway. So we can get rid of it. Figure out what it's needed for if we need to rewrite it later. All right, we are really close to building. Basically have to rewrite a bunch of this stuff, which is not bad. Will not be bad at all. All right. Okay, web is almost building. We got to fix up some views, which probably are not going to be building. So it's telling us that the branch index model does not contain branches. That's right, because we have to do pagination on the front end now. Sorry, what is this? Model.data.results type branches. What is it? Model dot results. What's the problem now? Cannot resolve simple results. Model branch index model. Pagination result. Branch detail model. Model.branches. So I think we should rename this. This is not branches. This is page of branches. And then of course we'll have to implement like some pagination where we construct the query string and make a little next button, previous button. It's been a very long time since I looked at Razor in any depth. Actually, we use Razor at a big project at work, but I generally steer clear of getting this close to the front end on a ASP.NET project front end stuff. All right, so this one is going to be upset, probably for the same reason. Looks like there's going to be an error in here somewhere. Hold. Yeah, see, I think there's even a bug in the existing one. Because placehold is what I wanted here. Philippe, you've been listening to Synthwave? Nice. Yeah, I listen to that some when I'm coding as well, actually. Now and then. Okay, index model dot assets. So we have another thing here. We have this asset index model. Here, I want to call this page of assets. Page of assets is just a list of videos and books. Going back to our bento idea. Let's see if I can calm the cat. Maybe the cat can code the rest of the front end. This time of night, he's always meowing. Okay. One of the cool things that we might think about doing once the refactor's through is changing up the mechanism for this auto checkout. It's not always the case that you want to automatically check a book out from the library. If you have a hold on it, I mean, you might want it to sit in a queue for a while, and like if you have books that you're reading. So just a thought. Philippe, thanks for watching. John Craig, you're back. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't mind sharing this stuff. It's fun for me, and it helps me. It helps me like stay active on stuff that I don't always work on, so it's all good. John, how are you doing today? Hope everyone's doing well. Checks a library out. That would be serious. Checks a library asset out to a patron's library card. And if I'm not mistaken, I already have one for that as well. Place checkout. Man, you guys let me get away with like way too much in that original code base. I mean, just some really bad code. Okay. That has broken something here. Look at this. jQuery 3.1.1. Let's see what the current version of jQuery is. 3.5.1, I believe. Worked long hours today. I hear ya. Okay, so where's our error? Besides the fact that we're using an old version of jQuery. Oh, checkout. Place checkout. This is what broke, and it's one of the many things that was actually broken on the front end. Unless in the old code base, I'm curious, like what's the difference? Y'all need to create some bug reports on this thing. All right, so checkout asset service.get. So what am I doing with this old checkout method? This is just getting the checkout and it's showing whether or not it's checked out. That's just a bad name. And it was hooked up to a button that looks like it was meant to check the asset out, for which we should have been using place checkout, right? Oh no, I see what it's doing. This takes us to a view with this checkout model showing us whether the asset was checked out. So kind of my fault. Maybe not so much a bug as just bad name. So the buttons don't actually check the thing out on that front of that page. It takes it to a separate view. And now that makes sense. So we actually do need to do something like that. But place checkout maybe then should be visit checkout page. I think so much differently after working like APIs JavaScript style, like just building web APIs. I think of all my routes as just returning resources in one form or another. But here we need to visit a checkout page, and our controllers are actually changing the routes. That is a thing. That is actually a thing that is done. And it's fine. So we go to visit checkout page. Redirects the user to the checkout page. Why did I put that inside of a method? I don't know. All right, I like the index at the top, so we're going to keep the index as the first method. And we're going to put this one. All right, I'm just going to undo everything so that I get back to a decent state. Yeah, so this checkout needs to be visit checkout page. Redirects to the checkout page. And now what's up with the error? Right, our asset index model now has a page of assets. Okay, same thing on the branch controller. Page of branches. page of branches. Then in the catalog controller, page of assets, page of assets. Okay. Feel that we are super close to being able to build. For each asset in model, page of assets dot results. Again, a lot we have to do here in terms of pagination. Asset. Right, so I was gonna do this bento style thing. I don't know. I don't know exactly this thing I mentioned with all of these bento style results. So what do we want to learn about? Sorry, there's such a lag in the chat. Let's say we wanted to learn Haskell. So we get some people. Actually, you know what? This isn't the library search, is it? We want the Yale library. So we wanted to learn Haskell. So we're going to get this bento style result in all these university style libraries where they get columns of stuff, books, articles, digital collections. And so we refactored ours to contain just books and videos. So we're going to have to update the front end to basically build our little bento style if we want to stay in good standing with all of our fellow libraries. Like all these fancy college libraries. But we'll have a better library management system than they could ever dream of, so. So I just want to put like a to-do in here, but I don't want to mess it up too much. We'll save front end for another time, but I do want to get it building. So results is what? Results is this list. So our for each isn't going to be really over the page of assets dot results. I have to rethink pagination a little bit when it comes to library assets. Because I want a page of So what it's going to be like is something like at for each var book in asset.books. And we're going to do like this thing. And this would be like a bento, and then we'd have an at for each. What am I doing? All right, and then for each var video in asset.video. We do something similar here, except that here is where we display like these. So here this would be like the book.title, book.author director, book.dewey. Book.image URL, book.id, and so this is instead like an asset grouping is what I would name this. For each var asset group in model page of assets results for each book in asset group dot books. Yeah, and once you do one spiral, you don't need another spiral inside of razor syntax. I do remember that. We need alt text to be more accessible. Accessibility, that's another thing that we really need on this. And usually we abbreviate that as A11Y. And actually SonarQube will help us with accessibility quite a bit as well. All right, so then for each of our video, hey buddy. For each of our video, then we can just basically book to video. And then videos have directors. Not really any other additional information there. The alt text on the images can just be book.title and video title as well. So without looking at the design, I don't really remember what it looked like, but we're going to turn it into bento style boxes. And now, if I'm not mistaken, we have one more file with an error in it. Okay, that's nice that there's an async overload for that one. And it looks like login partial is not being found. Where are our partials? Usually they're just right here in shared. All right, let's just try to build and see. Let's try to build and see what happens. If it builds, we've made huge progress. I mean, it's not going to build, but we've already made huge progress. We're going to see what's not building. And then I'm going to play GeoGuessr for a little bit. Okay, actually build succeeded with warnings. We just have razor warnings, so it built. Let's find out where we're missing await operators. That's just on a not implemented exception, which is on our is branch open. Maybe I should just knock that one out. And then we have some controller methods that need to be implemented, 3 of them. But other than that, we are well on our way. So in fact, if we just try to build the whole project, by building the solution, I mean, I think we have a success result. Hey, it builds. Begin controller and view updates. Okay, so what we have done from our checklist is now the controllers are async. We need to do error handling in the services. We did establish one enum for the type. We need to work on accessibility. We need to create automapper. We need to do the latest migrations. We need more expressive return types, query string validation, logging, monitoring, generic repository, write new tests, and at some point in my life, caching. Okay. Error handling still at the top of the list. Let's go ahead and knock out a little bit of error handling. It's going to be really simple. In the service layer, first thing that I'm going to look for is any case where we have the suffix or default. So what we can do is just go into the service layer, and then I'm going to ACK or default. We're going to change all of these to their first version rather than first or default, and we're going to handle all of those errors. So if I was really on top of my game, I could probably just use sed to do this automatically, but I'm not at the moment, so we're going to go into the files and do it manually, which is kind of sad. All right, so now we'll find or default in here. this is just going to be first. Don't be afraid. And actually, we can be a little fancy, and I can just turn all substrings of or default into empty string. And honestly, I just need to learn how to use sed to do that for a selected group of files, but let's look that up really quickly. Okay. Sed replace substring in file. Sed dash I, give it the regular expression syntax, which that I have no problem with, and then input.txt. All right, we're gonna try this. It's high time that I learned how to do this. So if I ACK or default, ACK is basically like grep. It's just supposed to be a little bit faster. If you guys don't have ACK, you can check that out. A grep-like text finder. But if we want to do sed, apparently we do sed-i and then probably in single quotes s, right? Single quotes s. And then what we're going to do is or default. And then we're going to do empty string. And G is just meaning we're going to do that globally in that file. Is there a dry run? Is there a sed dry run? There's no dry runs. There's no try. There's only do. Will this replace it in all files if I do dot /star? I'm gonna try it. Well, that totally that could be really dangerous if this surely this starts in this directory. Boom, I'm gonna try it. Invalid command code this star, invalid command code B. All right, what if I just don't put a suffix? May not be used with standard in. Okay, good. Well, nothing's changed. So we're gonna see what we have. Then we're gonna use sed to do this, and then I'm gonna try an individual file. So checkout service. Invalid. Oh, I'm a fool. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. Get status, get reset hard. Right here, I'm just gonna get checkout library asset service because I want to do them all at once. Because I want to feel like sed is really getting the most out of sed. All right, so sed. I want to do star. I want to do /star like this. Invalid command code dot. And star doesn't work either. So do we have to say the files? Library asset service.cs. Invalid command code. Surely it's the same on es is the substitute command of sed. Yeah, we know that. If it tells sed to find all occurrences of old text in a file named sed find and replace text. All right, we're gonna just read the man page because it looks like I'm trying this correctly when I do this. Sed-i, edit files in place. If a zero length extension is given, no backup will be saved. It is not recommended to give a zero length extension as you risk corruption or partial content in situations where disk space is exhausted, etc. So sed, maybe I need to do sed dash e space dash I and then the file. So what I'm going to do is, I think maybe because it's a Mac that I have to specify the E. Invalid command code. That's really frustrating. Any sed experts out there? Any Unix bash wizards can tell me what's wrong with my query? My command, rather? Sed invalid command code. Despite escaping periods using sed. Looks like I thumb. When did I vote this question up? Because I've been here before and I do not remember ever being here in the history of my life. But databases don't lie, and apparently I have been here. If you're on OS X, this probably has nothing to do with the sed command. On the OS X version of sed, the I option expects an extension argument. So your command is actually parses the extension argument, which makes sense. So try adding .e argument explicitly and giving empty string as an argument to I. I see. Well, whenever I upvoted the question, I never upvoted a good answer. Hey, Eyes. I wish my katakana was better and I would be able to pronounce that, but alas, I've forgotten. So dash I is different in OS X sed. Dash I in our case is what? You know what we can do is we can man sed, we can pipe that to cat, and then we can grep for dash I. But we need to do it like that. Usage ack. I'm sure this is really thrilling. No regular expression found. We can man sed. Why can't I just grep for bugs? Grep for authors. I don't know. Man sed. I want to know what the I does. Oh, extension. Edit files in place, saving backups with the specified extension. So what we'll do is we'll sed dash E. What was the Mac extension for the file? Type sed dash E. Okay, just dash E and then the file sed dash I empty string. So we'll sed dash I empty string. I'm going to use this now. Dash E more often. Apparently I used it once. Look at that. It probably worked. So now if we ack for or default, it's no longer in library asset service. I'm not even going to write code anymore when I refactor. I'm just going to use sed to change everything that needs to be changed. So can I do star.cs? Oh my gosh, I can? Wow, bash. The Unix toolchain is like too powerful. So with one command, I just changed all first defaults to first. And everything still compiles. What makes me nervous now is that a lot changed there. So I think what I want to do is reset soft to get those changes back and just double check. I think I can just get reset soft head. Yeah, there we go. So now what changed? What's happened to my status service, for instance? Okay, no problems. Oh, nice. New Windows terminal. I am not familiar with that. Sweet. Oh, Windows subsystem for Linux. Gotcha. Yep. Cool. Yeah, when I'm working on Windows as well, I think I'm just using Git for Windows, which comes with that bash emulation. Sorry, not this one. This one. Git bash emulation. The other one that I liked using a while back that I haven't checked out in a while is this Commander. But I think this just wraps whatever shell that you're using. So you could use it with whatever you're using, I think. Okay. I just want to git restore. Oh, well, I don't know why I can't diff this. Here's what I'm going to do. So we're going to push those changes. I'm going to go over to my branch. Live stream updates. It's going to be a pretty massive pull request. I'm going to go to the commits. Surely there's more than this, no? Live stream updates. Oh, nice. A replacement for PowerShell. Windows terminal. Yeah, it's about time for that, I would say. Although I have respect for PowerShell, I never really learned to be a power user with it. But yeah, I'm sure it's a nice. I'm sure it's a nice shell for those who like using it. And now there's a new one called Windows Terminal. Thanks for the heads up on that, John. Question here is, begin controller and view updates, but then remove or default. So why am I not seeing that in my history? Let's see what happens when we compare. This is what the pull request is going to look like. It's not even going to load everything. It'd be fun to kind of take a look at all of the refactor that was done at some point. Yeah, here we go. Updates 2 minutes ago. Where can we go to see our history? This is what I want to see. Nice. So it just replaced everything. And oh, there's some reformatting. That's what I was worried about. I wasn't sure why these files changed because they didn't have or default in them, but nice. So sed was really powerful, obviously. And I'm happy with that. So now we're going to get back to handling the errors that are going to raise when first does not return a result in the service layer. We're going to start with the book service. I'm only going to do a few of these. And we don't want to catch general exceptions. I want to say argument null exception, even though that sounds weird. I realize it should be a null ref exception. No, it should be argument null exception, yeah? Let's find out. I just looked this up last time. Yeah, it's argument null exception if the source or predicate is null. Invalid operation if no element satisfies the condition in predicate. So what we're going to do is we're going to just catch both. I think you can catch, there's a way to catch two exceptions at once. Catch multiple exceptions. Catch exception. Oh, it's this horrible if. Look, I uploaded this too. I don't learn anything. I just look up the same stuff, and Stack Overflow is just putting it right, throwing it right back in my face and saying, you uploaded this, but clearly you didn't remember and you didn't learn anything. That's how I feel anyway. So we catch this if exception is format exception, or it's an overflow exception, or then just rethrow. I don't like that. So here we're going to return a new service result. Data is null, and the error is new service error. And here we are going to create a base class for our services because I want to be able to throw without typing this a million times. So here we have a new service error, and this is basically just going to say like message catch null exception x, and we can say x dot message, and stack trace we can say x dot stack trace. We'll have to log this as well when we get to logging. Okay. So what came down here? Our book is equal to this. So now all of this has got to go inside of our try, which is our new happy path. Catching exceptions. So this is the basic service error exception that we try when... Oh, I think I overdid this. Mapper.map is not going to throw an exception. Let's find out what automapper.map throws. I want the docs, not the examples. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. I don't think, famous last words, I don't think Mapper's going to throw, so what I'm going to do is back up out of all this. Stack trace, x dot stack trace. And we're going to bring this up here. And you shouldn't catch general exceptions. Gets a book asset from the database. That's implicit for everything in this, basically. And yeah, maybe the last useful thing I'll do here tonight is to create a generic type for throwing exceptions on a base class. We're going to call this base library service. Inheritance isn't inherently bad, I think. It's just, as long as it's used explicitly for making things more specific. What I want to say, like, it's about specialization. It's not about additional behavior or different behavior. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to say here, handle service error. It's just very similar to the base controller handle error. If we look at the base controller, we have this handle server error, handle service error. This will be more like handle database errors. I don't think you can do it in this order, actually. Yeah, now we need to create the this might get kind of tricky in a way. Why? So now what we can do is return handle database error, I think. Public. I guess this is going to require task T. Wonder if we could just pass on base to the like here. we could pass the, what does it really need? And so now maybe what we can do is, might not need the DB context in the base class, but I was kind of suspecting that there might be some shared behavior there that we could, that's probably going against principled approach of Yagni or whatever, but all right, so here what I want to do is return handle database error for what type? Book DTO. And then I want to come into here and do this, and then do this, and then import all the missing references, and then bring in the exception. Yeah, we can make this protected, I think. Same for this, I guess. So what's the problem here? Cannot convert to parameter t. We could say where t is something. Does this even work? Use object as a type parameter constraint. So what is t always going to be? It's going to be a DTO. Problem is that cannot convert expression of type DTO book DTO return type to .13.tasks. So this is a task. Just want to try something really quickly. Obviously, this is not what we want to do, but now what's this saying about? Can I convert type service result t to bookTO, DTO to return type. Let me think about this for a moment. I want to return a task service result of book DTO. I'm an idiot, so I want to return task service result of t, and this. Yes, that is what I want. And what I had here previously was, sorry about that, was return new service results of a book DTO. So we're going to come here, do this, we're going to do this. It's going to get mad about the data. So we're going to have to figure that one out. Shouldn't be too bad. Can you just say nullable t? I think I remember looking this up as well in terms of a nullable generic. I don't think that's a thing. So return with the exception, await. So whatever I establish here, if this works, this will be the pattern for handling errors, I guess, when we have a database error. So we call first, if first blows up, then if it blows up because the predicate is null, in other words, or the query is null from the predicate ID. So if it tries to get a book with an ID where ID does not exist, first or default is just going to return null, and we're changing all these to first. So we catch the exception explicitly, and then we return that info to the client. But here, I need to figure out how to pass DTOs. So let's see. Nullable generic type C#. Have I looked at this one? Apparently not. Change the return type to call the method with a non-nullable parameter, where T is a struct. Personal preference, but you can use short form T instead of nullable T. I don't think this works here. Right? Yeah, that's not even valid syntax. Only oh yes it is, but only non-nullable value type could be underlying system.nullable. Can we do where T is, and then here it would say something like cannot convert source type null to target type T. I could do something crude and just say new T. Where it doesn't know what a T is. So unless we make some default DTO object, oh, look at that. Wow, that's pretty sweet, actually. That is pretty sweet. So the only reason I'm making this async, it's probably a more clever way to do this, is to allow us to, all right, so what if I do this? Can I just do this? Yes. Okay, I think that'll work. I didn't realize you could do this. Just return the default, and it's even implicit. You don't need to pass it whatever the type is. And this can now be made static. And I doubt we need, I'm going to remove context until we need it. Get rid of that. And get rid of the call to base now. Doesn't matter, we can do this though, but it's kind of redundant. Okay, so that'll be how we handle errors. Database errors anyway, is we try anywhere we have a first and we catch. What could build page result throw? This just returns our queryable definition for a paginator. To-list async is what actually makes that database call, I think, because we have a queryable up until that point. All right, last one for the evening, I think. We need to-list async. We need to find out what this guy can throw. Doesn't throw any exceptions apparently. I saw some table per hierarchy mess in there. Until I know what that throws, maybe that's the only valid reason for throwing a general exception. Might as well stay consistent with my naming. So my thought is that the default value of any of those DTOs is going to be null. And so our data will be null there, which is what we want. Book data to return type. Oh yeah, I think it's what did I do before? Service results? Return handle database error book DTO, book DTO. It's because this does a service result. So here we can do service result can be a service result or a page service result. So we could make a public class errorable service result where this is now public service error get set. Errorable will be a word as far as our library is concerned. Oh yeah, sorry, we just make this one public anyway. I don't know what I was doing there. We can make this one, add to our dictionary, and this is probably redundant. So then we come into our handle database error. We return an errorable, yeah. We can do T2 here. I think we can do something like this. T2. Just out of curiosity. So I could bump that up a level as well. I was trying to make this clever, but I could just make two methods for right now. We could do this without playing with the generics like way too much. Could be service collection results, where we handled, service results, T, where we handle database collection error, where this is not a service result but is a page service result. Okay, that's not the worst thing ever. Data still default. We could even do data as a, well, that should be the empty list of the thing, right? Otherwise we do new list of T. Pagination result, I see. No worries. Default should work fine here. And then we could handle database collection error here. But my thought was maybe we could get more generic and we could change the service result here to be an errorable service result and database error, and then return the whatever the, I don't know how I would return the base class there, how I would, doesn't matter. Okay, so we're doing some type of error handling here. Anytime we're calling things like first async or we're making any type of SQL query, we're going to catch those database errors if we can and provide the client with a useful response object. Start service layer error handling. Wow, I'm putting a lot of hours into this project, you guys. I should probably be working on courses or something like that. But anyway, I think it's worth it. I think it's worthwhile coming back and fixing things up. So now I'm going to play GeoGuessr. What time is it? 8:30? Yeah, I've been coding too long already. All right, let's play Diverse World. And I'm going to move my, see if I can move my little avatar somewhere. I'm going to make myself smaller as well, and I'm going to put myself up here. Okay, let us play a couple of rounds. We're going to start with 2 minutes per round, and then slowly play faster. All right, so where are we? Total. So we have 2 minutes to guess where we are. Razzmatazz, which I assume is English. I don't know if that is a phrase that would be used in any other language. I think we're probably in Africa. Might be in South Africa here. Let's try to get a better sense for it. So we're heading northeast, east, northeast, something like that. Not much to go on here, but thinking that we're probably somewhere in South Africa, maybe? Botswana? Maybe? Let's see, there's a sign up here. We only have 30 seconds left though. Tsakolo ha Makintane. I almost want to say Ghana now. That sounds like it might be Twi. Shui, I think that's the language in Ghana. That's just a complete guess. Um, Honestly, that's a complete guess. Maybe we're in East Africa. I just have a feeling we're in Ghana. I might be completely wrong, but we'll find out in a second. Yeah, we were in South Africa. Should have gone with my gut the whole time, huh? Actually, we were right on the border of South Africa and Lesotho. And technically, maybe we were even in Lesotho. Very cool. All right. Next round. That was horrible on my part. Okay, so we have some Spanish. Whenever I see blue and white, I immediately think Argentina. Oh man, look at these. Look at these mountains. So yeah, we are definitely, those to me look like the Andes. We're definitely like in, I want to say Argentina, Chile. I really want to say Argentina. The mountains are to the south of us. So my first guess is going to be like somewhere around here. Cruce Usapa. If I was playing for a longer time, I was playing a longer round, I would just try to find these places on the map. Oof, I'm gonna close some tabs. So I think something is slowing us down. Oh, so laggy. Well, it's super laggy, but I think we're in Chile or Argentina. And just based on the blue and white, I'm going to say Argentina. Really beautiful, though, isn't it? Yeah, this is nice. Okay. We were further north, and we were actually in Bolivia. But almost almost totally the same latitude there, but all right, next round. Longitude? Sorry. Whichever. All right. So the first thing that comes to mind here is Southeast Asia, but these roads look like roads in the United States, actually. These densely wooded areas just make it super difficult to understand where we are. Okay, I saw Hansa on the post, so I think that we were in Southeast Asia, which was a good guess, and somewhere where Chinese writing is understood. And it's not China. So my first guess is that we might be in Taiwan somewhere, like up in the mountains. Yushan National Park, maybe? It's my first guess. Of course, there are lots of other places that we could be. Potentially Brunei. But I'm guessing Taiwan. Zimbabwe. Let's see. 2 seconds left. Kind of laggy. Ugh, looks like I was close. Wow, I was super close. I got within 9 miles of where we were. That's not too bad. I basically looked for the most north-south looking road I could see that was in this park. And turns out there's a smaller road, but not bad. All right, next round. All right. The first thing I'm thinking is France. Southern France. This looks like it's a long country road, that's for sure. The other thing I should probably do is close Rider because I think that things are kind of laggy. All right, so I don't know how far up we can get in this road in a minute. Be great to see a sign that would point us in the right direction. I'm not really going off of much here except that the landscape looks pretty nice. Cattle crossing for the next 7.5 kilometers. Do we have a sign with some language on it here? 10T. Oh, look at this. Bartage. So France is out of the question now. Bartage. That's the name of a character in a show that I like called Dark. Let's put this guy somewhere maybe in, I don't know, are we in Hungary? Could we be in Hungary? Could we be in Austria? France was my first thought. This doesn't look like an Austrian name. So I think we're further east. Could be in Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic. What is this? 1980 something? All right. I don't know. I'm going to go Hungary. Looks like I was pretty far off, actually. We're in Poland. All right, next round. Oh, this is pretty. Where are we? Those are traditional Hansa, I think. At least that's what it looked like to me. Yes. Okay, so we're going basically north, and we have a huge body of water to the west. So this could be Taiwan again. It could be Singapore as well. Interesting. Let's take a look at what the west coast of one of these places might look like. See you later, John. I'm gonna go Taiwan on this one, potentially. I have no idea. We're just gonna guess. Way off. It was Japan. Alright, that was like the worst GeoGuessr round ever. I'm gonna play a few more this evening before I log off. Let's play quick rounds of. Actually, there's a version of this game that I like where you try to guess without moving, and you can get really messed up if you land, like depending if you land like just right in the middle of some trees, obviously. But I'm gonna try the no moving version. So we're not allowed to move the cursor, or we're allowed to look around, but we're not allowed to move. And yeah, so now we just end up, of course, like right in the middle of some mountains. We're not in the United States. I don't know what these markers here mean. We've got some serious elevation. So without moving, I'm gonna guess. Wow, where could we be? I'm gonna guess Austria. A road that's going north at the very least, with some pretty big mountains ahead of us. This is just a wild guess, obviously. Without moving, how far away are we? And we were in northeast, sorry, Spain. Got the right continent anyway. Alright, so here we're in the United States. And we've got some really seriously tropical looking plants. Oh, and this isn't the United States because I see something that does not look like US road signs. Wow, the not moving version of this is really difficult. So just going on the flora, I'm guessing that we're in Southeast Asia, but it really could be many different places. No idea. Okay, or Ecuador, obviously. All right, so where are we now? Without moving, this looks like the United States. I wish I could see more of that flag. That almost looks like the Mexican flag, though. Could be the Californian flag, right, as well? It's really hard to tell. Really hard to tell. This new no moving the no moving around the street view is a little bit more difficult than I would like. What flag are you? Really hard to say. The architecture doesn't look like California at all, so I'm gonna go somewhere in the southern United States. No, it can't be any of these places either. Uncertain. Going Arkansas. It was in Canada. It was in Alberta. Wow. No moving is really difficult. Malamam Sipitang. I'm gonna say Malaysia? Indonesia, maybe? Could be the Philippines as well. I don't think it's Indonesia. I'm either gonna go down here or we're in the Philippines. Okay, actually was closer than I would have expected, although this is still 1,000 miles away. Okay, this Snoviet 2 Ducati Koleksia. Fail save. So, potentially somewhere in Northern Europe. Restauracia. Wow, this is strange. Oh, and I'm moving the guy after I said I wouldn't. I'm getting too sleepy. I'm gonna guess Croatia. And since I moved without thinking about it, I will just guess. Yeah, I should have gone further north. So this was in the border of Hungary and Slovakia. All right, last one. So we'll move around again because it makes it more fun, I think. Okay, a little bit hard to tell. It'd be fun to try to code up a GeoGuessr game. Use the Street View API. Yeah, this place looks pretty, it's pretty hard to tell where we are. Kenya. Alright, we're in Kenya. Where in Kenya are we? I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna say we're near Mombasa, perhaps. I see some palm trees, so I think we're on the coast, but we could be in anywhere on the east of Kenya, potentially. Ah, we were actually inland in Nairobi. Okay, well, Kenya's actually a pretty big country. Robin Sandeep is guessing Zimbabwe. Good guess. Wow, this is beautiful, isn't it? Okay, we have a sign that we can kind of inspect and give us an idea. Okay, Rio Elba, Porto Azzurro, Rio Mara, something. Okay. Couldn't really tell from that sign alone, but I mean, to me that looks Italian. Yeah, this looks Italian, I would say. Plus we got the .it domain. So where in Italy could we be? Would we be so lucky as to find a sign in the next minute? Got a sign here. I don't know, where do you guys think we are? I think this is Italy. Porto Zero. All right, Lacona. I don't know any cities in Italy very well, except for Rome, obviously, Naples, Florence, all the big ones. But these are smaller cities we're looking at here. If we're talking about a port, then we're talking about one of the on the coast somewhere. But if it's saying to the south is Porto Azzurro, so we're going to run out of time here, but I think we're close. No, man, we were actually further away than I would have liked. We were on the coast, but we were in the wrong part of Italy. So there's actually an island, it looks like, off of the northwest coast of Italy. Okay. What have we got here? So this is Europe. Te Koop. So that's Dutch. So we're in the Netherlands, presumably. Could also be in Belgium. Te Koop. Rossini. Okay, so I'm going with the Netherlands here, but let's try to figure out where in the Netherlands we are. Michelin E19. So now we actually have some time on our hands. So we can see how close we are to E19. Although that doesn't really look like the road signs, does it? What does it look like in Belgium then? Yeah, so we're in Belgium after all. Although E19 goes everywhere. Oh, we could be in Brecht. Haver. So if we follow E19 for the next 30 seconds, so it could be anywhere along E19, but I have a feeling we're in Belgium. Hopefully we're in northern Belgium. Yeah, not bad. We were 26 miles away. Okay, so we're in the Middle East. This looks like maybe Jordan. It's really hard to say. We're heading north. J.O. Petrol. I mean, that could be a clue. We're in Jordan. My first guess was Jordan, or my first instinct just looking at the landscape, but I will admit I haven't landed in Jordan much on GeoGuessr, just a few times. But I have a pretty good feeling that that's where we are. Could also be in Israel. Could also be there, of course. I mean, I'm not really sure. Let's keep going a bit. Fortunately, I cannot read Arabic. Batir, Rakin. Shittim, like Shittim wood. Maybe we're further north in Jordan. We may even be not in Jordan. I just have a feeling that that's where we are. Yeah, we were a bit further north in Jordan. Ah, well. Well, we got the country correct. We were 50 miles away. Wow, look at this. That is a lot of open space. What do we have on our marker here? Stoicanist, and Dragonist. I mean, that sounds like Eastern Europe, probably. I mean, but it wasn't in Cyrillic, so where could this be? Nest. The last name, I'm trying to think of places that have the last name with nest. The suffix nest, I should say. I mean, going along this road for the next minute is not going to give us much more information, except that the people are riding in carts by mule. Look at that. He's carrying some type of root vegetables, it looks like. Check that out. No, it's corn, actually. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? So, where could this be? Some farmers. Farmers in Eastern Europe, I suspect. Where do they grow corn? Everywhere, probably. Could this be Kyrgyzstan? No. Oh, we're going to run out of time. We are going to run out of time. I'm nowhere near where we need to be. Ugh. Yeah, I was trying to get over there, but I couldn't. We're in Romania. Sorry about that one. All right, last one for the night. 2 minutes. Thank you guys for joining me for another evening of refactoring the library code and playing some GeoGuessr. Have a lot of time this weekend, or this week I should say, so it's fun to get into some coding and some playing of this game. So this is interesting. In the distance we have some sort of round hills. And these trucks are carrying salt, sodium chloride, looks like. So maybe it's coming from the salt mines somewhere. And where could that be? My first guess is that we are again in Eastern Europe. Where could this be? It's a very nice road, actually, infrastructure-wise. All right, can we get to a sign? Let's try to get up to the sign. This is a tough one. Come on, Google Maps. Okay, we're up to a sign. Service Alani. Sulama. You know what? This looks maybe like Turkey, I would say. I feel a bit like we're in Turkey. Could be wrong about that. That's what that language looks like to me. And we were, all right, 138 miles. Not the worst, but not very good either. All right, check this out. Check this out. Maybe Brazil? No. Where are we? This garb looks almost sort of traditional. Wow, this place looks really nice, actually. Yeah, with all the green, I'm thinking Brazil, but CC Cafe, de Gusto Nuestro. This is a beautiful city. I'm not sure that we are in Brazil, though. Iglesia de Dios. Perez. So, do you know where I'm gonna guess? I'm kind of feeling like we might be. Oh, goodness. Kind of thinking maybe Peru. But we're in a very neat city somewhere with mountains. Not sure. Guessing Peru. Man, I was way off. We're in Guatemala. Okay. Big B forever. Good to see you. Guessing India. Yeah, sometimes these are tough at first. And it kind of depends on like where you land, you know? Like here, we could be in so many different places. These roads where we just have trees. I mean, there's like nothing to actually figure out where we are except maybe the types of trees. Chile or Ecuador, that's kind of what I was thinking too, but it ended up being up in Guatemala actually. So here, this could be anywhere. I mean, there's a lot of places in the United States that look like this, except it's maybe a little more rare to have a road that looks exactly like this. But in terms of like the landscape, let's see if we can get around to that big building and kind of get a sense for what it might be. Man, landing in some very interesting places in this round, I would say. Yeah, this one's tough. Only 30 seconds left to try to figure out around where we are. Not a very good set of guesses this evening on GeoGuessr, I should say, as well. I'm not doing very well. This could be so many places, y'all. This could be anywhere. I still kind of think we're in Europe, but maybe in Slovenia somewhere. Slovenia's got more mountains, though. Sort of hills and things. Oh, wow, way up in Estonia. See, not enough information for me to figure that one out myself. All right, so this just looks like. I mean, this just looks like Northern Europe. Let's go see what the sign says. Okay. Neveklov, Slapi Nova Rabine. I will not be able to pronounce that. I always forget what Danish looks like. I don't think that's Danish, though. Certainly not. It is also it does not appear to be Polish. It looks kind of Czech, maybe. Man, I'm doing pretty bad at GeoGuessr this evening. It's not Czech either. Or is it? Maybe we are in the Czech Republic. Okay, well I think the best I can guess is in the Czech Republic, but we're somewhere like really beautiful as well. I'm gonna go between here and there. Yeah, okay, 60 miles away. That's not bad. Hey, buddy. All right, Tennessee. Look at this. This is beautiful. Look at this house down there. Where could this be? Cat has joined us for the game, for the last round. This is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I wonder if this is my first thought upon seeing this was that we were down in New Zealand potentially. Just based on the size of those sort of mountains ahead. But it's really hard to say. Oops, we had a sign here. Sorry if this is boring for y'all, although if it is, you don't have to watch, obviously. Gosh, I keep going right by the sign as well. Okay, cat, you gotta go. So yeah, look at this. Oh gosh, we're way up north. We're nowhere near where I thought we were. All right, so we are way up in Scandinavia, based on that language, I would say. And I think that like Danish might be the language. Well, that's not Scandinavia, right? But what is the language that has that D shape? Um, Goodness, it's more like Norway or Scotland. I see. Well, now I'm not sure where we are, but I think we're up here somewhere. Man, okay, we were actually in Greenland, right? Iceland, sorry, I mean. Beautiful. All right, I'm gonna play one more. Promise. Last one. I've done too poorly this evening. I can't give up when I'm playing so poorly. When we hit up the solution next time, we will be finishing up the controllers. Sorry, we'll be finishing up the service layer error handling and updating the views. Those razor views which need to be updated. All right, so where are we now? These are tough when you land in like a dirt road with very little to get your bearings. Okay, we have a vehicle at least. We get a sense of where we are from the vehicle. It's disappeared. I'm really at a loss for this one. I can't even tell what continent we're on from this one. First guess is we're in South America, but it is very difficult for me to say. We're somewhere equatorial. Okay, can we at least get some language? Principio de Maxenguape, something like that. All right, so maybe not even South America. We could be Central America, North America. I mean, we could be out here somewhere, like in Durango. Okay, I'm going Mexico, but I could be way off. I was way, way, way off. Wow. Have not played this poorly at GeoGuessr in a long time. Big B forever. I was thinking the same thing. All right, so now we're somewhere quite northern, I would say, based on the trees and stuff. I feel like I've gotten some tough draws. Okay, what do we see here? Really hard to read. So definitely northern, but where, once again, I'm not totally sure at all. Also, the next time I stream, I'm gonna stream in low latency so that I can see the chat in real time, at least more closely real time. Okay, wow, no idea. I mean, I was gonna say northern Canada, but this looks super remote. What if I just do a wild guess and I say that we're somewhere like in northern Sweden or Finland even? Nah, not Finland. We're gonna go northern Norway. I said, nah, not Finland, and then it's right in Finland. All right, next round. So the funny thing is, I've landed in so many beautiful places this round, but have not guessed very well. Does anyone recognize those signs? Where were we? Somewhere looked like this on a previous GeoGuessr round. Look how beautiful that is. There's a happy dog just running right alongside. So now is this like some archipelago like around the Isles in Scotland, that type of thing? But look at those mountains. See, that's kind of throwing me for a loop as well. They're more like hills, right? I don't know. Playing so poorly that it doesn't really matter too much if we do horribly. I mean, where could we be? I gotta put it somewhere. What is that? This is like where I would live if I could. I mean, we're clearly not up here. I'm not sure where we are. This could be anywhere. It could be Denmark. Wow. I guessed Scotland, but it was just Ireland. Robin Sandy guessing Scotland. I did as well. Turns out we were in an island in Ireland. But same idea. Only 300 miles away, 350 miles away. Okay. So we have some better sort of clues, I would say, this time. Is that Arabic on the sign? So we have some Arabic. Is it? Or do my eyes deceive me here? I think so. So we are in the Middle East, I would say. So we landed in Jordan earlier. We landed in the UAE yesterday. Let's see if we can find a flag anywhere. Flag would help us out. I did look at the flags of the Middle East recently, at least to get the difference between Jordan and UAE, which was something I stumbled on yesterday. Chuck. Everyone's looking at the Google Mobile. It's got a huge camera on the top of it, obviously. Resto Pizza Lapanam. Would love to find a flag to tell us at least close to where we are. Place the martyrs. Okay, I'm gonna run out of time if I don't guess somewhere. I'm gonna guess we're in Israel, but that could be a bad guess. Man, I am so bad today. We're in Tunisia, North Africa. Such a bad game. Okay, welcome to Hatovi Yo. So Brazil, maybe? Why am I the worst at GeoGuessr today? I can get a sign that says welcome to where we are, and I still probably couldn't even get us there. Cerveza al por mayor. So I don't think we're in Brazil anymore. I don't know. Where do you guys think we are? I think that this might be. Wow. You know what? I'm gonna guess. Gonna guess Colombia. Forgive me if I'm completely wrong. Alright, I gotta put it somewhere not very close, but it was Colombia. 400 miles north. Pretty big country, Colombia. Okay, thank you guys for watching. Next time we'll be finishing up the service layer. We closed the thing, we closed the list, but according to our checklist, not the checkout service, but our checklist, we're working on getting through first everywhere and handling the unhappy pass with the error handling, and we will ultimately flesh out the idea of a better service level error and service result objects. Gustavo, thank you. I realized quickly that that was not Brazil. And yeah, next time I'm gonna try to put on low latency chat so that we can interactively guess them together. Otherwise, I see the chat messages like 30 seconds later or something. I also need to brush up on being able to distinguish between Portuguese and Spanish, which I'm not very good at. I mean, I recognize it a bit when I see certain Portuguese words, but I'm still pretty bad at it. Then we will pull out magic strings and enums and do some basic refactoring. Accessibility should be on the list for sure. And creating custom, or not even custom, but just creating the automapper mappings. We need to run our migrations. We're going to try to run migrations first thing next time. Expressive return types from the service layer can happen with the error handling. Query string validation, logging. Logging's pretty easy. Maybe logging we'll do. We'll set that up right after we do our error handling.